Greetings, travelers. It has been a long time. We haven't seen y'all in a whole year and some change. Well, the first session of the new year.
Yeah.
It's been a long day. Aren't you, my friend?
Friend,
Uh,
I'll tell you all. But
about
yeah,
it.
welcome back. Can we at least we cannot get through an opening without us being dorks.
Not necessarily.
But
Oh yeah. As the channel owner, just a couple of things to note. We're not gone. We're just been busy during holiday season. We'll be getting back into the swing of things. As you can see with Alvona now, and with Dark Souls eventually. And who knows? Maybe we have some more stuff down the line for people. Ooh, stay tuned.
Cheers. Welcome back to Alvona, Land of Opportunities. For those who don't know, this is a homebrew anthology series of my own creation based off of the Wild West and Western inspired media in and of itself. So we have here our main cast: Sukato, Vortielite 97, and nijramkiller
Marijn.
back again.
He doesn't have a screen presence. His name is just Marijn.
I mean, both is
I
good.
mean, I'm using just yeah. I mean, screen presence as a player for our games, but I
No,
digress.
it's not for here.
So, dang. Alrighty, so without further ado, it is time once again for us to continue our journeys. Why did I just tip out my notes? Dang it. Okay, I found them again. Alright, so as you all have been traveling around, making names for yourself in the lands of opportunity. That is Alvona. Year is 1888. The wild frontier has healed from past wars, but other conflicts brew elsewhere. Tensions rise with remnant gangs. Thoughts of expanding further west. And pushback between the native peoples known as the Teton and the settlers and companies who wish to stake their claims in this newfound frontier. We find ourselves in one such frontier town on the borders of civilization and what most would consider the savage wilderness, the town of Old Bluff, as I shall place you on a new landing screen. The town of Old Bluff has seen better days. Like many towns on the frontier, slowly getting its footing back. Many people have seen their fair share of adversities, from disease, from illnesses, monster attacks, bandit raids, and the unfortunate fears of their neighbors, who, through shaky alliance, through shaky treaties, are all but settled peacefully. However, with the recent emergence of some federal military forces seeking to move further westward, some individuals have been called to help negotiate things peacefully, so no more blood would be shed. And I would like folks to roll for who shows up first.
I am never late when guided by the coatls.
Okay. So, Heaven's Gun, please place your character down on the landing page and please describe your character for the audience.
Walking into this frontier town, they will see a tall, slender individual who seems to be donning a long black duster coat. Their outfit underneath the coat seems to be a combination between, about what you would expect to be regular traveler's clothes, but with this straps of very thin sheet metal and leather adorning the legs, arms, and chest of the individual. On their face, there appears to be a mask that seems to be done with haphazardly put together metallic parts that almost don't let any part of their face be visible. And on top, a wide brim hat with what seems to be a now currently rusted, sort of like almost sheriff-looking like star symbol. He would walk into town with a very confident strut. Maybe not a strut, a slow walk. Methodical in his approach, as if looking around for any would-be ne'er-do-wells that roam around the area. Assuming he may have stepped into some form of public space where there might be people around, the individual announces his presence with a loud voice that could either be slightly reverberated because of the mask or because of whatever species this individual is inside, underneath the mask. As he says,
I am the just arm. I am the cold steel. I am the blinding void. With weapon in hand, I will take aim to the evil of this land. and cleanse it in a hail of gunfire. I am Heaven's Gun. The end has come.
Give me either a performance or intimidation check. Your preference.
You say intimidation or what? Or performance?
Yes.
I'll go for intimidation. He's not trying to be intimidating. You can tell he's really thinking that this speech should soothe the masses. But we'll see. It's a 21.
Well, unfortunately, you were for this. You want to aim low for this.
It's just presence.
This is your presence. Yeah, if we were playing in any other RPG, I'd be asking for like a presence roll. But yeah, so yeah, your speech worked a little too well, I should say. You see a couple of old men on some rocking chairs who were playing a game of checkers near the general store. They look over, they hear you, they're like, "Tarnation, what's going on here? Let's get out of here. Here, Cletus." And they just hide inside the store. Some kids that were playing in the street, they immediately run behind some barrels and crates, seeing this masked individual shout this in the middle of the street. Actually, yeah, funny enough. Let me see if I can get him off the GM layer. Okay. You see this orc who's dressed in what looks to be preacher's attire, dark blue, almost dark, a faded blue wide brim hat, some dusty overcoat, a red shirt with a white collar, who's carrying, who's carrying a few pamphlets. He walks over, is like, please, would you kindly not scare the populace before? I know your little declaration means well and all, but I don't want the sheriffs coming in, citing you for disturbing the peace at all. The town's already a bit of dire straits as it is.
He would look over at the Reverend, and just kind of stares at him, and will just say,
Disturbing the peace is the last thing that I seek. I seek to preserve it. I seek to eradicate evil and the disruption of the common man, wherever it may be. You may refer to me as a wandering warrior. Some have called me a vigilante, but I consider myself the righteous arm of the Coatls.
Well, I myself, as a servant of the faith, it's I don't want to. Well, I don't mean to intrude upon your own proclivities when it comes to adventurers who seek out justice in their own brands of ways. Could you kindly not frighten the locals while you're at it? Know your heart is in the right place, child.
The locals need not fear me, unless there's evil within their hearts, in which case they very much need to fear me. But, so long as righteousness prevails, I am no enemy of those who are the innocent.
And at this time, riding on his horse in the center of town, Choo, could you please place your character down and introduce yourself?
Riding on his, trusted white horse, accompanied by his 2 eagles, you see a tall, slender wood elf with light blue eyes, dark brown hair. Looks as if he's wearing some traveler's clothes, with a cloak over it, wearing a gacho hat. He's walking in and he's like, creating trouble once more. Heaven's Gone.
Heaven's Gone turns to look Chayton and says,
You are the traveler from the other time, the one who harnessed the powers of fire to cleanse evil. I seek not to
Yes.
cause trouble, as you know, for I am on the side of justice.
So, why not calm down a little bit? Scaring the kids.
You see a couple of kids kind of peek their heads out from behind.
There is no need to fear, children, for I am on your side. In fact, I have been guided here by the guidance of the Coatls once again, for they sense a shift in the air. Something is happening very soon. And I, Heaven's Gone, have been sent to protect the locals.
And interestingly enough, a new stranger rolls into town. Let's see. Saeed? Is that how I'm... Is that how...
Syed.
Syed. Could you please describe your character and how they rolling in on this scene of a priest, a masked man, and a native in the middle of town? And who
The
they
first thing that everyone will smell, anything will notice, is not a sight but a smell of strong incense. Calming, soothing, not particularly harsh. If anything, it sort of fills your lungs with something, with sort of like an anesthetic agent that makes your breaths feel lighter. And then these sounds of chains and heavy boots and jewelry clinging back and forth. Despite the, harsh sun, this person is decked in, like, head to toe in thick robes as well as a gas mask over their face, as you see like two sensors of incense, or what you assume is incense, kind of slung, the chain slung around their shoulders, as they they say,
"Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and people of all walks of life, it seems we have found ourselves once again at a precipice. Many people seem to have been called for this very important job, this memorious occasion. It is my pleasure to introduce myself to you all. I am Syed of the people who hold memories strongly to themselves for the sake of others. As a servant of the Pale Shadow, I have answered your call still, Reverend."
as they kind of like take a slight curt bow, as they make their way to like the to the group, and just kind of like does like a very polite bow to Chayton and Heaven's Gun as well, and just says,
"I can tell that you gentlemen are wanderers. Wanderers of great experience, no doubt. I will be delighted if you would kindly share with me your memories as well."
Kevin's gun's just kind of staring at this man, and will just go.
Are you too an envoy of the powers that be? One who seeks to right the wrongs of the people of the land and bring rightful retribution to the powers of evil?
I merely seek to observe the good and evil within the hearts of mortals everywhere. It is my job, I suppose, assigned by some powers that be, to record history. It is not my place for retribution. That, perhaps, is best laid to a stronger, more willful hand.
Having a gun just stares.
Oh, I forgot to turn off the voice mod there. Sorry. Yeah, Kevin's gone stairs and just looks over at Chayton as well, and basically ask him like directly.
What do you make of this new entity?
like just out loud.
Have I heard of their name or the Pale Shadow?
the Pale Shadow.
Pale Shadow.
I suppose you probably wouldn't have, unless maybe, I guess, like a history check?
Well, given y'all's level, I'd say a history check with disadvantage.
Alright, let's go guidance. Don't fail me now. And I failed.
Mm-hmm. They are a very obscure group of people who
Yes.
don't have any real presence on the major sort of board, as it were. So, perhaps even if they have some sort of like higher purpose here, they're not someone of a group that has had any significance on the world.
Yeah. Chayton would say, I have not heard of their group, but the Eyota tribe taught me to be neutral as well. So it's glad to see someone else's.
What's it called? Saya just kind of like nods and says,
Sir, it is good to see a kindred spirit. However, perhaps it is not quite right to say that we are neutral. I believe that, at least from my perspective, I am working for the betterment of as many people as I come across. It is merely not my place to fight.
Heaven's God nods and says,
So long as you do not seek to harm the innocent, we may yet be on the same side.
it turns towards the Reverend and says,
Once again, I apologize for perhaps disturbing the peace of the people. That is the last thing that I seek to do. But the guidance of the Coatls is never wrong. Your people look in distress.
As you see the Reverend turn around, do you see he was kind of like ushering away the deputies who were closing in to see what the commotion was going on? And he turns back around. Right. Sorry. Apologies. Yes. Our town is been. Well, it's a matter of. Well, folks, there are some folks coming from back east who want to settle out here, and Oak Bluff's starting to burst at the seams, and well, it's a bit difficult for folks trying to make their way in this land without current wraths of the natives. No offense, looking over at Chayton.
What?
Actually, now that you mention it, you said you were the Eyota tribe. That you're part of the tribe of the Evil, are you not?
That's correct.
Well, I've been meaning to find some folks who'd help me with being neutral, being mediators amongst local tribes who are getting ready for a meeting with, well, the fort commander over near Fort Brennan.
It would be my honor to help however I can.
Heaven's Gun looks over and says,
Am I to understand you seek someone to mediate a peace agreement of sorts?
That's correct.
Then, as an agent of peacekeeping, it is my duty to take part in this as well, if you would allow me.
You see Chayton for a second be like, peace? And then Amelia's like, shit, shouldn't have said anything.
Ideally, violence will not be required, of course. But should the forces of evil surface during these negotiations, I will make sure that they are smited where they stand. For if there's one thing that I, Heaven's Gun, seek for the people of the land, is for them to live a peaceful, joyful life away from the forces of evil.
Syed kind of says, like kind of nods and says,
If you will be joining me for the proceedings, gentlemen, I will recommend that you take a dose from this tincture.
he says, as he kind of produces like two small like vials of some like sort of like clear orange liquid that he hands to both Chayton and before he actually, hands it to Heaven's Gun, kind of like, seeing like the mask and like all the cybernetics, kind of says like,
Would you require aid in administering this tincture? Or will the oral administration be sufficient, sir?
It will be no trouble for me, I assure you. What is this concoction made out of, if I may ask?
I wanted to say Chayton is researching what it is. And he does have proficiency with herbalism kit, alchemist supplies, and poisonous kit.
what's it called? Just kind of says,
Created from the blood of a brood created to become immune to certain toxins. I assure you, it is not as banal and brutal as it may seem. It is a perfectly safe mixture. It is merely meant to make sure that you are resistant to the tools of truth that I will be administering to those that hold the balance of peace within their hands.
Strange sort of concoction, are you? You an alchemist by chance?
An alchemist is certainly a better term than most people use, but yes, it is my preferred term, Reverend.
Would I make a check to see what it is?
it probably wouldn't be that difficult with herbalism kit.
Yeah.
And in fact, you probably don't need to make a check to kind of like tell from just the description that it's antitoxin. Like it's a basic antitoxin.
Yeah, looking at it, it's just like a more... It's a more brute down. It's a different brew, but it seems to have the effects of an antitoxin for whatever sort of shenaniganry this individual has. Also, I don't think it might be too... Unless you... It might be a little bit tricky to have any of your alchemical tinctures around the Major General Staten. He's been on edge, given the circumstances.
Worry not, Reverend. My substances are merely benign concoctions that are designed to take the edge off, if anything.
Heaven's gonna look sober at the one that he was given, and he just kind of shrugs, puts it away in one of the, I guess the Batman style utility belt he has like around the waist. He doesn't seem to be intending on taking it anytime soon, but Well, who knows? Maybe somebody's gonna try to poison the, the negotiators during this peace treaty. So he's holding on to it for a bit.
How long will this last for?
By my estimations, this must work for around an hour. I have more to administer if need be, however, I do hope that these peace talks can be resolved in a timely manner, especially with the tools that I shall be bringing into the discussion.
Then I will wait with taking it until it's necessary, if you don't mind.
Of course. I merely offer it for your own safety and state of mind. I know that I often come across as a suspicious individual, gentlemen, and there is no true way that I can assure you that I am not without proving myself first. However, I hope that at the very least this proves that I am willing to make sure that everyone involved gets out safe.
I apologize if my actions came off as distrustful or hurtful. I don't treat or see you as any other person. I merely tried to conserve the resource we have at hand, for I know many can take less than I.
Damn, I can't believe Chayton said that he doesn't see Syed as a person.
I tried my best to word
You
it.
said I don't see you as any other person.
Less than any other.
Okay.
Did I really forget the less? Because
You
I
did,
thought
yeah.
of the less.
You did. Oh, man.
Alright.
Damn my brain.
So, okay, so for individuals who do not have mounts, Reverend Kirkpatrick will offer to take you all to Fort Brennan in his carriage. A simple covered wagon, and the journey doesn't take more than an hour.
If we are riding in like the covered wagon, I will say that like the incenses around like Syed's body, obviously permutate the air so much. Again,
I mean,
they're soothing. They're kind of more like herbal or any like that. So it's not like making you cough or anything, but it's also like very like perfumed up like carriage.
and it's the thing of also he also has some he also had some incense that were finished burning in the back of his carriage.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just that what do your incense smell like?
I would say like almost like flowery / like fruity. Like I wouldn't say mint just because I don't really like the smell of mint. Like that, I think it's too strong. But it's more like, I guess maybe like I don't know if any of you all have gone to like a strawberry garden. Kind of smells like that, I guess.
So a little bit overwhelming, I guess, just to put it.
Yeah,
bluntly.
definitely very sweet. Like you know like when like an anime character will have like like a flowery background behind them because like they're like they think something's like really like sweet or lovey-dovey. That's basically what this fucking smells like to you. Like very overwhelmingly sweet.
Which does, which is kind of clashing with the sort of citric, kind of citricy smell of the incense that the Reverend had. So you just smell like wafting wood, balsamic, frankincense with this friggin' strawberry smell, which is both pleasant and
Fucking like
weird.
yin and yang of of like odors, I guess. Perfectly balanced. That's all things should be.
God dang it, I hate you so much. Okay.
Chayton would ask the Reverend, is there anything you want to warn us about up front? Or anything we need to think about?
Well, we're in Bacho territory. One of their head chiefs is coming down to meet Major General Stanton, and there's been a few skirmishes here and there. I won't lie.
Kevin's just kind of nodding along at this and just goes.
So, there are those who will disrupt the peace around these parts.
A few folks who are making homesteads a bit too close to hunting grounds. Claims of folks stealing tools from the lumber yards. Mostly blaming both sides blaming each other, and well, some of the tribes are also coming down to see if they can sort things out peacefully.
I suspect there are agitators amongst both sides. Individuals that are rotten to the core who would hope to see both sides at each other's throats. Or perhaps, dare I say, a third party is involved in all of this. Agents of chaos and evil who seek for both sides' destruction.
It's hard to say, but hopefully we don't see any more bloodshed and being spilt.
Syed kind of like, will, like has been tapping their fingers like on like their lap for a bit, but just kind of asks like,
something that is important to know in terms of the starting point of these peace talks. What is either side bringing to the negotiation table? What are the, I suppose, conditions for peace?
Well, Stanton's been called down by President Rockwell to see if he can help negotiate peaceful passage further through their lands, with more people coming into the country, freeing more and more families and businesses trying to make their way out here. Settlers are trying to see if they can expand further without any hurdles. Ton, they don't want any new wars starting. Any new wars starting, but and so with people, there's always a mess. They want their land in peace, but being pushed back for almost a century from their original homes for almost a century. It's kind of hard to parcel out where some Chayton these are holding water or not. Hopefully this one sticks for all parties' sakes.
Chayton kind of looks over at Chayton and says,
Forgive the question, but I must ask. Have you been on the receiving end of these types of negotiations due to a similar situation? I assume, well, considering how you've established your origins, it appears that this conflict may not necessarily be alien to you.
It's far more common than I wished it would be.
Heaven's Gun kind of just solemnly nods along and says,
Then it seems we have the right person for the job in this particular situation. Let us hope that things do not come to violence.
If the natives have the issue of encroaching on their land, then naturally, from an outsider's perspective, the solution is simple. Simply cease the expansion and return the land back to them. However, things are often not as simple as that. What would the natives have to do to get the general to acquiesce, and vice versa?
Well, that's what we're here to at least try and help with.
I suppose that if this is the question that we are going to have to deal with, then perhaps my services will help bring light to everything that we have. However, I myself bring the tools, but I am not by any means a master negotiator. To that end, I look forward to seeing how you two, gentlemen, handle yourselves.
You do not want Heaven's Gun negotiate.
He's meant to be. He's like an enforcer. He's like there to make sure no one's fucking steps out of line. But no, don't let him do that.
Yeah,
But
no.
I doesn't know.
Heaven's Gun is one of those cases where the charisma is representative of strength of will rather than persuasiveness.
Alrighty. I shall put y'all on a new map. Going down a winding trail outside the palisades of a wooden constructed fort, you see several tents and perched on a hillside nearby. The smell of cook fires. There's can be and horses can be is very visible. Is very apparent once you make your way. The flag of the Federate States of Alvona, a red, white, and blue banner with a symbol of an eagle flying proudly as you make your approach to camp. You are stopped by a pair of soldiers in bright green uniforms carrying rifles.
You were about to say something, Marijn?
While we're getting closer, Chayton would say, "Oh, great grandfather, may you watch over us today and protect us and reveal the truth to all who may hear it."
State your business. So I shall place y'all on the new map. Place yourselves on the bottom of this map here.
Another Red Dead Sky shot. Yeah.
I mean, hey, this is the perfect map.
Wait, is this the
Map for
fucking Vanderlyn like campsite?
Yes, this is the first Vandalin campsite. It was
Okay.
perfect because I couldn't find the actual map for the mission where you're actually having a treaty with the natives. So this was the closest I could.
Okay. Yeah.
Chayton would speak up. "Greetings. I am Chayton of the Eyota tribe. I am, how do you say that a person is with you?"
Accompanying?
Yeah, thank you. Company Reverend Kirkpatrick.
Hmm. Oh, so you're coming in for the peace. You're coming in for the peace talks then.
Yes. This is Heaven's Gun and said they are acquaintances of mine here to help me.
Sorry, that wisdom save was to see if if Heaven's Gun could hold in the urge to
Yeah.
repeat the opening, the model.
Alright. Alright, if you're here for the peace treaty negotiations, go rest your horses over to the right. We'll escort you properly.
You said these guys look like soldiers from the Republic of Alvona, right?
Yes, I'll tell you.
Okay. I guess this happens since it's gonna look at them. Roughly how many of these guys are we seeing around besides these two?
You're not too far from. You're a little ways from the fort. Altogether, there's at least, from what you can see, about maybe 15 to 20 soldiers. And around maybe 10 or 12 about the same number of other tents that are a little bit different than the ones you see on screen. Some that look to be more TPs that have been set up a little ways away.
Okay. I guess I asked the question because I want to, Heaven's Gun would be kind of looking around the soldiers to see if any of them look jumpy. If any of them look like they may not be. I guess how do I put this in a blunt way? I just want to, I guess, vibe check them to some extent to see if any of them are just kind of like too itchy with the trigger finger,
Alright.
Were able to roll like an insight or perception, something to that effect.
Give me an insight check for the vibes.
What the fuck's going on? Okay.
So with that insight, you can tell tensions are already high as it is, where they're a little way from the fort, so they're kind of they're already away from safety. They're getting ready to be in the presence of, well, from these guys' perspective, potential enemy force that's come on their doorstep, that they've come on the doorstep to. Anyone could be jumpy in a tense situation like this.
Seeing this, Heaven's Gun kind of says in a relatively lower tone of voice. He's just naturally like a loud person. But like, in a tone of voice that is primarily meant for the people immediately around him to hear him. He'll just comment out loud and say,
"The troops look tense, almost as if they're expecting trouble. Seems like not many have faith in these negotiations."
Quite understandable considering the tumultuous times of these societies and their long historic relationship to one another. Hopefully, we can help them clear their minds.
Heaven's Gun nods. And just kind of continues moving around, I guess, if we are told to go a particular way.
And the soldiers kind of ask you to follow them as they're moving forward.
I have my familiar fly around and just spot around for odd behaviors.
When you...
Of course, high enough to be not too suspicious.
When you're getting up, I'd say around Yeah. So, when you're getting around there, you see almost like your familiar's. If you're looking through your familiar's eyes, it's almost as if you can't see anything.
As if there's something blocking the senses of the
Yes.
familiar?
Yes, if something's blocking the familiar senses.
Strange. For those with a decent insight, you would see Chayton worried for a bit and then hide it away.
Alrighty. So, stepping out from a tent, you see 3 individuals accompanied by soldiers. From top to bottom. First, you would see well, in order of coming out of the tent. The first individual you would see a clockwork who is in a dark blue uniform made into a breastplate with epaulets and insignias, the denoting rank, with slight gold and brass inlays of their facial features, which makes out what might be considered a mustache. Behind him, a interesting sight. And Chayton, this would be somewhat interesting for you. A bison folk in a similar uniform with hair that isn't long, and instead of typical long braid haired, his hair seems to be cut short, neatly combed, and a slightly trimmed beard. And with somewhat of a air of intensity, a human man with a auburn brown hair, a cavalry hat that he takes off, and a very prominent mustache. As when he comes out of his tent, all the soldiers in the camp come to attention.
Why does he look like a mustached version of that guy from the Vikings TV show?
I feel like everyone's watched the Vikings TV show except me. I've never seen the show. Major General.
Maybe General. Hey, hold on. Is that actually a typo? Like, I don't. Oh, yeah. Did not even notice that. Maybe I'm dyslexic too. Considering my background, Bard, have I heard of any of these people before? I guess I meant to ask that before, but like, mine is more like lawman, like local sheriff type of stuff. But so I don't know if like soldiers or military are like known to me. Would I able to know
I
like roughly this guy's like history, what they are known for, and stuff like that?
Okay, so with your background for this, I'd give it to you. So, Major General Stanton, he's got a very decorated history. He has a very decorated history, a veteran of the Alvonan Civil War. He he was one of the he was one of the lead he was one of the military commanders who helped in one of the final battles of the war, which led to signing peace accords the with the concordancy. He's also been denoted as one of the few journals who stuck around for the reconstruction efforts after the war. So
After the war.
After World War II, the world was split into two, East and West.
oh Lord. Anyway.
I guess the main reason why I asked that question is I want to know if there's anything suspicious about like this guy's like backgrounds, basically. Like were there did they like did issued or followed any particularly controversial orders? Are they on the level? I guess that's what I'm asking. Through like their military
Are
history.
they on the level? Legally, yes. Morally, even though they were credited for helping with reconstruction efforts, Major General Stanton was known for some very brutal tactics and guerrilla warfare during his military career.
Okay. So morally questionable at best.
Like an ends justifies the means
Mhm.
for the sake of good.
Okay. I don't suppose I've heard anything of a Sergeant Cook or Captain Nosh.
Captain Nosh, not too sure. It's somewhat. It's not unheard. It's somewhat uncommon to see bison folk to be a part of the federal army. You do know that there is an order of rangers out near Texara who have learned tracking and hunting tactics from bison folk and some of the natives. Maybe he's a part of the Stormhoof Brigade, a group of soldiers that were conscripted to help fight the concordancy. You're not too sure. He doesn't stay. He doesn't seem as someone who's a career hound. And Sergeant Cook, con. I mean, he's a clockwork. It's not unheard of to see clockworks in the military. It doesn't seem like a head officer. It seems more like a higher up non-commissioned soldier.
I guess as we see them approach, again, Heaven's Gun just kind of says out loud for like those around him. He just goes,
I see. Those ones over there have quite the rap sheet to their reputation. I know less about the clockwork one, Sergeant Cook, but Major General Stanton has quite the history in the Civil War. Captain Nosh, it's unusual for bison folk to be very high up in the Alvonan military, but this one has earned a name for themselves. What I'm trying to say is, keep them all at arm's length.
Kind of like whispering sort of to Chayton and Heaven's Gun, just kind of says,
The presence of a clockwork may prove difficult for my methods, gentlemen. If worst comes to worst, I believe that he might be my natural enemy in these tense negotiations.
Hey. With the pause on.
Heaven's Gun. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, well, Chayton would tap his head to activate comprehend languages, just in case. But
and
if you wanted to do something before we greet him, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
go on.
Heaven's Gun was just gonna nod along and say,
Let us hold off on any form of action that may, well, damage the negotiations just yet. We still need to ascertain the nature of their characters, so to speak.
Syed kind of, it's kind of hard to see through their gas mask, obviously, but seems to have like a sort of hesitation, I guess, and they kind of say,
Yes, perhaps caution should be exercised. However, for the moment, I believe that it is time to, at the very least, introduce a element of calm to this tense field.
One of the first little items that I have is the poison sensor. When you house poisons with the inhaled type within this urn, you can take an action to begin dispensing the poison out within the 20-foot radius of the urn. Any creature that starts its turn within the cloud must make the poison's DC or be affected by it. When used in this way, the poison's DC is decreased by 2. The cloud lasts for 1 minute or until you use a bonus action to seal the urn, at which point the poison becomes inert and unusable. And what Syed is going to do is actually load in a more benign poison. In fact, perhaps it might not even be considered a poison by some people. Instead, it's just a spread of mint that kind of goes around them. I'll put this radius here, maybe Bard can like allow people to see it. Because I'll put it because the urns are around, so yeah, it's kind of like body. As they're gonna move just kind of up here, very much like hands clasped together, their robes kind of like forming like you know when like you bridge your hands and like the robes kind of just make your hands disappear, right?
Mm-hmm.
And gonna move that way as they're gonna use their sedative gas. So the DC is 13, not 15 because I'm using the poison sensor. But yeah, any creature subjected to this gas must succeed on the DC 15 con save, or be poisoned and also under the effects of calm emotions.
Okay, so I'll roll for one soldier to say this is most of the soldiers, so I'm not rolling a bajillion times. Let's see. Constitution save for the
What
soldiers.
does calm emotion do?
Good question. Let me see. I don't think I even have it on my spell list, so let me just quickly grab it.
If I remember correctly, it makes you indifferent against a creature that you are hostile against, and it also
Yes.
suppresses effects such as charm or frighten. It also theoretically ends rage, I guess.
Ends rage.
Yeah.
It doesn't do it on rules as written, but
Yeah,
I
no.
always like to run it. Like it ends rage. I think it's really funny that it does.
What's it called? Like, I've seen a lot of people run it like that, so like, I guess I just always assume that's how the spell works.
So most of the soldiers, they seem a little bit more relaxed. Now for these three, Captain Nosh, you do have Constitution.
It is important to note that it suppresses the emotions. It doesn't
Yes.
end the effects per se. So
Yes.
if they leave the area, they will be under the effects again.
Yeah. Or well, no, rather, no, because they are poisoned, and while they are poisoned, they are under the effects of.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So, yeah. So if they get
So-
affected by this once, they get it. They get it for 8 hours.
We need to make the save as well, right?
Yeah, if you didn't take the antitoxin, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't
Which
take the
is
antitoxin.
a...
It's a con save.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm actually going to activate my gas mask as well, right before, which
Alright.
will make me immune to the effects of inhaled poisons.
I accidentally rolled it twice, but my first roll was an 18.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
the only one who's not under the effects is currently Major General Stanton and Sergeant Cook, which obviously construct the poison.
I will actually cast... Wait, let me see what this does.
Silvery bar, no.
Quick. Yeah.
The Reverend's also under the effect.
Now I'm questioning whether I will do this on higher level. Because I wanted to cast Enhance Ability.
Oh.
But I don't know. What would you guys want?
I'm okay right now. I don't think I'm going to be making too many checks because I'm not really going to be doing stuff. So I'm okay if you want to cast it lower and not affect me.
Woody?
I guess I'll take it if you are like I'm casting it.
I will cast it then at 4th level to also take Reverend Patrick in it for Charisma. I want to get Charisma, and I believe I can choose a different thing for Heaven's Gun, right? So, what would you want?
I'm a dealer's choice.
You know,
Like,
in case we need that intimidation, let's go with charisma.
sure. I was gonna say, like, I could benefit from any of these, really. But yeah, I'll take the charisma one.
And then Chayton would just say, greetings. You're the leader here, right?
Yes. General Stanton at your disposal.
Oh, could you
Could you-
get closer to the mic, Bard? I can't. You're coming in kind of muffled.
Yeah, I was making it muffled
Oh, okay.
because
sorry.
he was covering his mouth.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Could you kindly disperse whatever fumes these are? Pot thunder.
Apologies, but as I specifically have been called upon to aid in the negotiations, I took it upon myself to create a soothing concoction. I deeply apologize if it is not to your liking, however, but it does seem to be helping the soldiers be more at ease. And that is nothing but a good thing, is it not, Major General?
You could warn a fella. You could warn somebody. Now, so you lot are here as the mediators, and he kind of looks over to you, Chayton. I'm surprised. I'm surprised one of y'all are a bit earlier than I expected.
Did
You don't look like.
Would you mind to kindly rephrase that sentence?
I think
Major?
you mean explain yourself. Rephrase sounds like you're like, hey, you better watch your tone, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, he would say it in the kindest way, but I don't know any other way than rephrase. Because explain feels like a command, which people in
Yeah.
power normally don't respond well to. While rephrase sounds like a choice in the matter. Which, you know, the illusion of choice is good to give them.
My apologies. I had figured you were one of Chief Hoda's associates from the Eagle Tribe.
At the moment, I'm here on behalf of everyone involved. I'm just trying to get the best situation we possibly can. I will be talking to Chief Hoda as well, but I'd like to hear your side of the story.
All right. Now, it should be Now they should be arriving in about. And he pulls out like a little pocket watch. 10 minutes or so. So make yourselves comfortable. Sergeant Cook, could you have the mess officers prepare some extra victuals for these four? Must have been riding out for a while, and well, I'd like to extend hospitalities
Heaven's Gone looks over and says,
There will be no need to overuse your resources. After all, you are to show hospitality to those who will arrive later on. Isn't that what you were aiming to do?
Of course, but it'd be in poor taste for to host such an event as this and not be hospitable.
Heaven's Gone nods. And
You wanted to give us food, right? Or what did
yes,
you
he,
say?
he basically ordered the staff to like give us food.
Chayton says, I ate something on the way here. So while we have some time to kill, why not tell me your side?
Right. Now, folks who now the president's instructed me to negotiate on behalf of the people of Alvona to help make a easier transition in westward, and reforge new treaties with the tone.
And why, according to you, do new treaties need to be formed, instead of the old ones need to be upheld?
Well, there's been with the last ones, we've had some issues. We've had some issues. For the first Settlers' War, then the patrol, and the patrol coming through and raiding Fort Liberty 20 years back.
But I don't mind me being so upfront, but pray tell me, if you've been sitting on this for 20 years, why not handle sooner?
Well, there's also been a matter of reconstruction down south, routing rebel groups who are still holding out from the war, outlaws, monsters. Now people want to move further westward, and time and resource management it tends to push things down the line.
Could you please, for note keeping, be a bit more specific as to who these people might be? And why they want to move westward?
Let's see, we've got individuals from Gothia, and Roos deal with dealing with asylum, something about revolution, something about upheaval in their countries. People, company, farmers are trying to make the living out further out and well past the mountain. Past the mountains, there's been a few droughts. West, there's more fertile land.
Heaven's Gun speaks up and says, well, sorry for the sound in the background. Heaven's Gun speaks up and says,
Forgive me if I sound a bit rude here, General, but it almost sounds like the population who is on the works of moving has not truly taken advantage of the land that they already have. Droughts, the lack of fertile fields, these, of course, could be caused by natural phenomena. But let us not forget, the land has been in their possession for a long while now. It is the duty of the people who own the land to take care of it. Should they not? Well, then that is a problem indeed, but not one that should be pushed on others.
Well then, sir, this country, is growing by the day. This country here is growing by the day, and this ain't a small island like Britannia or somewhere out in the Azure Isles.
Do not misunderstand, General. I am quite aware that civilization is needed as the technology progresses. To improve the quality of life of the citizens is, of course, an act that pushes forward the greater good. However, let us keep in mind that there's a fine line between progress and, well, what is the word that I'm looking for here? Overreaching. There has to be a point where stability needs to be reached. Otherwise, expanding for the sake of expansion will only lead to the destruction of the landscape around the civilization that needs it. Not to mention encroaching upon another civilization's territory, and that goes without saying. Ideally, if I understand the things correctly, this negotiation that is to take place today will make it so that the people whose land is being encroached upon will receive a fair treatment and will not have their belongings taken by those who require more of this territory. However, let's not forget that they need that land as well.
And almost on cue, coming from horseback in this mountain, you see a group of individuals dressed in, ranging from somewhat fine textile clothes, some well-made furs and repurposed clothing thing from you see what looks to be a group of different individuals. One One being a a human man, seeming to be a bit older, maybe late 50s, early 60s, with tribal paint, fi- fine clothes, a shell gorget, and what seems to be a headdress of of eagle feathers, and seems to have a somewhat calm demeanor about him. Next to him,
I got to ask, where are the snaps and the feathers?
oh, okay. So now you're getting into my territory of shenaniganry. Okay. So let's see. Let me look in. Let me look at my notes. So what you would notice there are he has a feather with a painted red dot. There, which you would know as he's killed enemy. Uh, he and a few of his feathers seem to be partly missing in the middle, somewhat missing, denoting he's count he's he's essentially countered coups at least five times.
Yes, what, 5 times?
He has settled. He settled coups 5 times.
Ah. Alright.
And one that's split down the middle where he's wounded many enemies. The
So,
next in the friggin'
in
Native
summary, this
American
guy's a real
culture.
deal.
Yeah, this dude's a real deal.
Okay.
He's a chief for a reason. He's a chief for a reason. If you know, you know. Next individual in what looks to be a repurposed concordancy uniform that also has some bits of armor and a wolf pelt made into a hood. This Orcus individual somewhat perturbed. Like, yeah, he doesn't want to be here, but he has to anyway.
Fancy.
And another individual seems to be
Do
elf.
I know anything of that tribe's leader?
Give me a history check with advantage.
You know, I do hate that guidance is concentration.
He he. You do know this is not the chief of the patrol in the area. This is his son, Atoe. So he must be filling in for him.
Yeah.
And the last individual, an older elven individual, elven woman with simple traveler's clothes, and a shawl made from a bearskin pelt, somewhat hunched over. So it's hard to tell, but given both elven and druidic nature, but she seems very old, but shows little gray hair. Place her on the map. And surprisingly, Heaven's Gun and Chayton, you also know another individual walking with them amongst the others of this envoy. A familiar bison folk who helped you all on your
I knew
previous
it.
adventures. I told y'all some of them would show up. Taza.
We do need some saves from peoples.
As they're all entering the area of effect.
A few of them are.
Thank you,
Fucking
Zoya.
calm, the bitch.
So, Chief Hota. Let's see. Let me look at your sheet real quick. He doesn't even need to make a save for this.
Wait, why?
You can,
Just out of my curiosity. 'cause-
Immune to poison.
you can tell. You can
yeah,
tell
that
he's
could be it.
unaffected. So immune, out of character, immune to poison condition, and
I was
Toei.
confused because I thought it wasn't a charm, right? But no,
Either.
that's a poison.
Either that or he's just permanently under the effects of calm emotions.
Yes. It's funny too because I did have an effect of he has
fucking
calm
pre-gamed.
emotions. Yeah, he's already under the effects.
Smoked a joint before coming here.
And then like the Ein's equivalent, but with like all like chill spells. Hey, the calm emotions. Invincibility.
Let's see, a toy. You're proficient in con saves. He passed, so he's already he's still pissed. As a Constitution save on the effects of calm emotions. And I'll put a blue dot for the ones who passed. see, and let's see, Berserker. Let's see, Berserker stat block. Or all the Berserkers. And Druids.
What do I know of the woman?
Let's see. What do you know of Priestess Naba? Give me a history check. It's a straight roll because she's a little bit more of a recluse. That's a 22. So, even though it's lower, but it's a natural 20 even still. She is one of the older members of the Wasape tribe. She is a very talented medicine woman. She's actually with a 22, with that nat 20, you would know she is one of the few people that you actually have seen perform with resurrection magic. I.e. true resurrection. And then raise dead.
Yeah. And her name was?
Hold up.
Ah.
But yeah. Cough, level 20 druid. Cough, cough.
Chayton seems very impressed by your presence.
Kind of noticing you, Taz walks over to you two, Chayton and Heaven's Gun, and signs and just waves hello.
Heaven's Gone doesn't wave back. He's not a waving person, but he does like look over and gives like an approving nod.
Chayton signs back. How have you been?
They say they're doing well after helping out the town.
Glad to see.
Currently bodyguard for Chief's Rising Bull's son, Atoi.
He's in trustworthy hands.
Hmm. Well, glad to, glad to see that everyone involved is here, and the general kind of narrows his eyes a little bit, seeing a Toad, kind of asks, "What? I sent a dispatch to Chief Rising Bull. Is he? Is there a reason why he isn't here?" Hmm. My father is not fit for travel. I came in his stead. Is that a problem?
On to note that throughout all of this, as the negotiations seemingly are starting, Heaven's Gun is kind of just gonna be keeping like a surveillance, I guess, area around, this immediate vicinity. I guess mechanically speaking, like actually making perception checks every once in a while, just to make sure people are like, not trying anything funny.
Okay. So you're making active perception checks. What is doing as the envoy has arrived?
So Syed is kind of like taking a note on who is kind of like being more susceptible to the poison and who isn't, but otherwise is going to bow to everyone. Obviously, like they're very polite. They're clearly a very polite, well-mannered person, but we'll say,
As we begin the states of negotiation, ladies, gentlemen, and all other peoples from all other walks of life, I will allow each one of you to speak your piece, and I hope that none of you will take alarm or offense to the magics that I will begin to employ in order to seek the truth amongst all of your memories.
Hmm. There is wisdom in your words of life, Max Man. So long as your magic do not cause harm amongst the individuals here, I see no reason why and to not allow you to do such, if that's all the same with you, General.
Heaven's Gun looks at the
general
general.
just like fucking just
Like,
leaves.
he's kind of not. It's more so like he's already said his piece before, and then but he's also trying to make sure things are going smooth. So He's not making comment as of yet.
May I make an insight to see how everyone seems to get into this negotiation?
Go
As
ahead,
in
make me an insight check.
how peaceful they want to resolve everything.
22 is the magic number of this session.
What the
Okay,
fuck's
so-
going on? We just keep rolling 22s.
Look, there's been people who've rolled lower than a 22 and higher than a 22. So yeah. Friggin'. So, I will write. So, I'll write down who all attitudes. The General Stanton. Indifferent. Chief. Volta. Volta. Friendly. Hostile.
Is someone trying to be hostile against us?
Da, 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 ba, da, da, da.
Plus. Cool.
You typing it on the chat at the moment? Oh, there you go.
Yes. Those are the people you can read for the general vibes check. Sergeant Cook. He's a friggin' construct. Hard to tell.
We're gonna have to keep an eye out on the hostile ones. Though you know, people being neutral / centrist is also a problem.
Alrighty. So,
Syed is going to kind of like nod over to Chayton and I'm gonna use like the message cantrip in order to just kind of like say to Chayton basically like, hey, I'm not the negotiator. I'm here to provide magical assistance. But you seem to have a handle on the situation. The first thing I want to get to the bottom of is the truth of what happened at that fort. If we can figure something out, I can probably verify anyone's truth about that.
At the end of the message, you will just hear Chayton cough twice.
Mm-hmm. What's it called? What's it called? Syed will kind of like, I will clarify, that Syed is actually also going to ask, like, you know, obviously this happened 20 years ago. It's kind of hard to like do like to prove anything here, but if we can figure out any wrongdoing that supposedly happened recently, that's being accused of as well, that would be something that is definitely provable with Syed's magic.
To add on to that, Heaven's Gone will also point out.
It is important that any agitators who seek these negotiations to be sabotaged be addressed and dealt with to some extent. As my ally has said, it has come to our attention that there has been some recent wrongdoings that are being accused on either side. If those pose any trouble or threat for the present negotiations, it is better to address them immediately, rather than let them fester, as evil often tends to be.
Alrighty. So, you asking that in general or towards Chayton?
I thought Syed was talking to Chayton.
Yeah, Sayed was talking to
No,
Chayton, yeah.
I was asking that with Heaven's Gun.
Okay. No, Heaven's Gone.
Just
He
clarifying.
he is directing it mostly towards Chayton. Just to kind of going over the accusations, the recent events that we were told about are happening. He's addressing that to Chayton and saying, yeah, I think prioritize what Syed said. Prioritize this recent disturbances, or before we go 20 years in the fucking past, to see what's happened.
Chayton will step forward and you say,
Before you step
oh, yeah.
before you step forward, right there, a bit of blessing upon you, my child, for the stressful times as these. Yeah, all the help you can, as Reverend Kirkpatrick is going to cast guidance on you.
Cool.
Hey. Then Chayton will thank him, give him a little bow, step forward. He says, "Greeting, everyone. I am Chayton of the Eyota tribe. I've been helping out wherever I can, seeing things with my own eyes. But I've heard these places were troubled. I would like to address and start the question, what's happening around us first, before we look to the future."
Chief Hota kind of sees you and he has a very very sort of stoic expression about him, but when you mention who you are, it's that acknowledgement of, yo, yeah, you famous for real.
Oh, I really thought he was going to be like, this punk stepping on my train.
So anyway, well, anyway. Your your actions and deeds have traveled far, have traveled far, have traveled far. Chayton, to Eyota. For these matters, I'll defer to Atoe, as this is been a situation with the patrol. Well, if you must know, these outsiders bring their aether machines. It's uprooting what was once a sacred land. Their farms sprouting up in our hunting grounds. Taking our horses is what taking our horses and every inch of ground we ask for you, they push us back further.
Heaven's looks over at, well, doesn't really look at anybody in particular. Just kind of says out loud, now in a tone of voice that, hopefully everybody can hear him. Says,
Is this true? Have the animals of the land been taken from the natives in order to provide for your people?
Major General Stanton kind of looks over at you, Heaven's Gun, and looks back at a Toei. He's like, So you claim every so you claim every animal ran. So you claim every wild horse in the territory, in its surrounding territories is yours. That ranchers just so happen to in the team provide their own livelihoods.
If I may ask, Major, no disrespect, but on the hand, if I take gold from from your lands, won't you say it's yours, even though it's just in the ground?
Of course, there's laws about that. There's laws for that. And we're simply
So have the tribes their laws, which you break.
and what of the Bacho Joe have been? Now, it's not though they've been all up in our arms with no. We've been up in arms for no reason. Farmsteads, at least 10 different farmsteads been raised and burned. Countless civilians being captured and held hostage. It's just for simply traveling.
Heaven's Gone turns to, again, not specifically looking at any one person in particular, just tilting like their head slightly. Just goes.
Have the tribes incurred any sort of unwarranted violence against travelers?
Okay, this is gonna be a skill challenge, my friends. So, with your convincing arguments and whatever skills you have at your disposal, well, actually, give me a persuasion check real quick. Because,
before I do that, Heaven's Gone does have a argument that may sound a little bit out of character for somebody who is usually kind of irrational like you. But he's a very simple-minded individual, and he honestly believes that there is always like an obvious answer that people are not fucking seeing. So his argument isn't just like a back and forth of like, did you do this? He has an idea that he wants to put forward, but obviously, that would only be the case if he's given, I guess, like the space to talk. What's it called? He, like, if the back and forth goes like for a while, he'll kind of make like a very frustrated like sound, and eventually stop crossing his arms, and he'll just say out loud,
While back and forth accusations may be plentiful, they ultimately lead us no closer to peace. To that end, I believe there is but one greater agreement that can be reached through these negotiations. It is true, the land originally belongs to the tribes. It has been theirs for generations. They have worked it, taken care of it, and not just of the flora but the fauna as well. And while dear people of the Republic of Alvona may indeed be ever expanding, it is no excuse to stomp on the rights of those who came here before. On the other hand, the civilization of the people of Alvona does bring valuable resources and technology, tools that could indeed help the people of the land be even more prosperous. I believe the answer has been staring at us in the face for quite a while. You both need each other, to some extent, of course. The people of the Republic know not how to take care of the land, that much is certain. Otherwise they would not seek to constantly be expanding and amassing more resources. Should they learn how to take care of them better, this would not be an issue. And while the people of the native tribes do care for the land, and clearly know how to take care of it better, perhaps they could indeed stand to use some assistance from the technology brought by the people of Alvona. If not to improve their quality of life, at the very least to be used as useful tools in their progress. I suggest a middle ground here. An exchange, if you would. One that involves the expertise of the tribes and the ingenuity of the settlers. Let us make one thing clear. Staying anchored in the past, in the bloodshed, in the injustice that has been served, it is not something that should be forgotten. And some may not believe that it's something that should be forgiven. Though some men would say that one should forgive their enemies, but remember their names and faces. In the end, the common enemy of all of us is the corruption and the evil that lies within the hearts of all mortals. Something that, I believe, may never be truly, fully removed from oneself. But that does not mean that the people present here today should fester that same amount of evil and decay within their hearts. Otherwise, the future generations are lost. What I am trying to say with all of this is that we should try, at the very least, to make this world better for those who come after. Even if that means having to hold hands with those whose ancestors once spilled the blood of ours. But let us not forget who was here first.
I want you to make a charisma check of your choice that would be applicable for this.
Yeah, I don't know if the speech made sense. I just kind of like spoke
Yeah,
dumb shit.
it does.
It made a lot of sense, don't worry.
With advantage due to
Enhance abilities.
enhanceability.
I don't think I can get better than that.
Okay, that is a success. We got this as a skill challenge. So far, let's see. Let's see who was receptive of your rousing speech. Let's see. I'll roll these in the open. Major General Stanton. He's moved by your speech. He is now moved from indifferent to friendly status. So you got to him. That friggin' from indifferent to neutral to friendly. Let's see. Chifota was already friendly, so doesn't matter. Graces another. Wisdom. She is hearing your words. Now, what about you are hostile, so you have disadvantage on this. Ugh. Friggin' A.
Crazy.
Captain Nosh. Let's see. What about you? You get some nods from Captain Nosh as well. Like, okay, this is interesting. You getting some people and Sergeant Cook.
Do Nosh and Anaba move to friendly?
Yes, they do. With Sergeant Cook, Sergeant Cook seems to well, it's still hard to read, but also somewhat nodding along. With everyone except for I don't know if the points raised are good per se. Well, you got good. Here's the thing. It's a skill challenge success. However, there's still an asshole individual. Until he kind of looks over at you.
He's youthful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's useful. He ain't got the experience as the others.
Sorry,
as his elders.
Sorry if my mic came through with the dogs in the background.
He looks over at you, have his gun, and he says, "You want us to make peace with all that has happened, with all they have done with the aethericity is an affront to the natural order. To the natural order. You say it as though we can just live in peace like that for all they have done." And then looks over to the Captain Nosh and look at you, a proud bison folk, a lapdog, not a lapdog of the outsiders. Have you no pride of a warrior?
Do not misunderstand my words by any means. You are, of course, the mostly affected party by the actions of the Republic of Alvona, whether the men present here wish to admit that or not. It's only natural that the terms of an agreement must be favorable to both sides, but also that previous wrongs must be righted.
I believe that the concept of reparations must not be alien to you, Major General.
No, they are not.
And do you have any objections to the concept of reparations? If so, please speak your piece.
Puts hand in gun.
Just head on gun. Like, I do. Now on behalf of the president. Now on behalf of President Rockwell, I do propose. It is with my humble it is with the humblest of apologies. However, with that not be. However, the words of a gentleman might not be too too much of a stay for some of you. Now I proposed upholding to addend the old treaties. These, at least they allowing safe passage. To allow safe passage and mutual and the mutual benefits as our mediators have suggested. Bit more of a compromise than originally drafted. True. Wasape have been instrumental of helping out many of our troops, many troops stationed at Fort Brennan, and with the Stormhoof Brigade and the Texaran Rangers just further south. Now, the frontier, it's in and of itself is a harsh land to take care of. That much is certain. And while it's not the norm, this is the age of industry. New methods from overseas have already influenced some of the technologies here, and they ain't opposed to sharing that knowledge with you. Now, if there's anything else that you need to air your grievances, I ain't opposed.
Syed is going to sort of like start to take like one of like their other urn out and just kind of like start like mixing some like concoctions, like lighting a fire and just kind of like creating like this huge plume of smoke, sort of like, you know, around, and says,
Do not be alarmed, but I believe that as we come closer to the end of these negotiations, I may yet uncover certain truths that may change the decisions going forward, if you will allow me to contact the whispers of memories past.
So, what I am actually gonna do is, use the fucking, what's it called? 2024 Warlock ability. To
Contact
use
patron.
contact other plane, baby. So,
You don't get the madness, so you automatically succeed. Okay.
What is the
And
question?
next time,
Go ahead.
until he speaks up, I have things ready.
You got 5 questions. What's your 5 questions?
Who the fuck attacked the travelers? Second question. Who the fuck stole their animals?
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, Stanton said that they took it.
No, I know.
Yeah.
What was it called? The natives have also said like, hey, you guys have also been like doing fuck shit against us, this last couple of weeks.
And what's it called? Do we actually want to try to discern like any identities or something, or like anything? Or do we kind of know that these things are sort of cut and dry and they've been discussed?
If it was up to, if you ask Heaven's Gone, he definitely wants names, faces of people so he can fucking put them to trial. But if you ask me, I think that could lead to either wild goose chases or even more infighting.
Especially because these are yes or no answers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But, what's it called? Well, they're one-word answers, so to be fair, we could get like a name if phrased correctly. But so yeah, like for example, like with the let's see, like. So, is there anything that we have doubt on that, like, you guys might want me to get an answer from?
Not really, because everything what's been spoken of so far has either been agreed by the other party or not spoken of.
Yeah.
The only thing, like, is the attacks from the tribesmen, the farms and such. It's never been spoken if that's true or not, but then again, I think we should work towards the peace treaty rather than a sentence.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, so I think I have... oh, yeah?
I think it's gonna be a little bit of like a layered answer, I guess. So I don't know if like we can even get like a single word answer for this. But like, you could ask if the actions, were taken to slight, that were a slight against like each party, were done by agitators with the intent of causing like this chaos.
Yeah. That is actually like so I was going to ask, are there any agitators amongst us? But that's actually a really good thing. I'll write that up real quick.
I think asking if there's agitators amongst us is just gonna be like, all right, so who the fuck is? And everybody's gonna draw their weapons. I think putting a little bit vaguer, but still like somewhat leaning towards that direction is like significantly more useful.
Yeah. So who? actions taken that have slighted either party has were any were these of these actions taken with malicious intent in order to stir conflict. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and what's it called? So I'm going to start off with these three, and then depending on the answers to these three, I'm going to choose my other two questions.
Okay.
So,
Let's see.
has anyone here told anything but the truth?
Has anyone here told anything but the truth?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Next up, will Rockwell be willing to honor this proposed treaty?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Well-
In regard to the actions taken that have slighted either party, were any of these actions taken with malicious intent in order to stir conflict?
Actually, wait. I was answering yes to something else, but the second question, unclear, because hey, don't know. Your
Yeah.
patron don't know what Rockwell's plan is.
Yeah, that's very fair.
In regards to the actions taken to slight either party, were there any these actions taken with a malicious intent in order to stir conflict? That was the thing I was answering yes to.
Okay. I think, like, what's it called? These are... Yeah, so... Syed just kind of... You see that, like, they have, like, a hand suddenly, like, on their chin and says, like... Who... Okay, let's see.
Son of Truth would be really useful right about now.
Yeah.
I have my own zone of truth right here.
Like we both just did it at the same time. I didn't know it that way. And it's funny because nobody here has has high enough to cast Zone of Truth or has Zone of Truth on their spell list.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. A gun can be Zone of Truth, Eldritch Blast, Knock, Shatter. Can be a lot of things.
How many people here have used their authority to intentionally stir conflict maliciously in regards to these talks? I'm gonna, like, addend that.
In regards to these talks, how many people here have used their authority?
Because these are one-word answers, but, you know...
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Okay. So... The final question. Which person here desires peace the least?
Which person here desires peace the least? I love how you said that. I love how you said it so much. You get a name that you haven't heard.
Plot twist. You hear Kirkpatrick.
That plot twist, Chayton.
Peace was never an option,
Oh.
says Chayton.
Beaumont.
Beaumont. Okay, well, Syed is going to actually ask, like,
Pardon my sudden questioning. Is there one here that goes by the name or identity of Beaumont?
Let's see.
I'll take this chance to remind you, Bard, that Heaven's Gun has been actively been looking around to see if there's anybody suspicious.
I was gonna ask. What? Give me your perception check.
Yeah, he's been damn, I don't particularly have a lot of perception. I think alert.
My passive is like 20.
Yeah, damn, that's a
Mine is 19.
I think
This is more for
something happened
active.
with my sheet. I think alert is accidentally adding at least up 5 to my perception for some reason, and I don't know how to take that off. Because it only adds to initiative, right? It doesn't actually add to perception.
Alert is to passive perception, guys.
Yeah, alert is passive well, hold on. Yeah, that's alert. Wait, hold on. No, because one...
It's observant.
You can't be.
Observant, yes, that's observant. That is passive
Yeah, I think it says my passive perception is 17, but I don't... That's not correct.
Yeah, no, it doesn't do anything for your perception.
Yeah, no, my passive perception is like 11. So yeah, no, I don't see much.
Well, this more relies on active perception.
I guess specifically, I would have been on the lookout if anybody had like a reaction when the name was brought up.
Reaction when the name was brought up. Well, unfortunately, because your perception check was too low, you don't hear it. But you see, you hear somewhat of a pop come from this direction, and Reverend Kirkpatrick is down. This direction.
Like a pop, like a gun going off, or like.
And you see Reverend Kirkpatrick is downed.
Oh shit. Heaven's Gun turns around immediately, conjuring the Heaven's Gun in his hand, and looks over and says, "Who dares disrupt the peace?" I didn't actually have a chance to turn on the voice note there. Who dares disturb the peace? As he just runs off in the direction where that came from. Cure was 3rd level. Unless something happens as this is going down. I don't know if things are happening simultaneously.
Yeah, you see people are rousing, wait, what just happened? Someone got shot. Wait, did someone get shot? People are rousing and pulling out swords, guns, pistols.
Everyone, stay calm. That is +5 as well, so 28 to Reverend Kirkpatrick.
He is back up.
What's it called? You see Syed just kind of, as Chayton says, stay calm. Syed kind of pulls out from their cloak a horn that they kind of like take off their gas mask for a moment. Not enough so you can see their face, but they kind of like blow on it as I'm going to summon 10 berserkers. As Syed will say, you know, as they're summoned.
Establish a perimeter. Make sure nobody gets in or out.
Sir, are you good?
What happened?
You got shot.
Fuck it, bro. I'm. Oh god, sorry. Finish what you were saying. I'll do my thing after. Yeah.
From behind. But what did you want to do?
Are dead?
Yeah,
What's it called?
Oh damn.
I'm listening. I'm listening to what folks are saying, and I'm dragging out the berserkers.
Oh, okay. What's it called? I was gonna say, like, fuck it, bro. Like, if, you know, if this, whoever the fuck is just shot, like, is taking off, I'm gonna get an eye on the sky. I'm activating my celestial revelation. Is Bard dead? Bard, yeah. What's it called? Yeah, I'm activating my celestial revelation. And, you know, like, flying up in the sky. For some reason, that feature's not here in my sheet for whatever reason. Try to stay that moves possible. I'm putting an eye in the sky. You know, flying UCS. You know, Chayton has already seen this, obviously, but you know, the two sort of like ethereal, spectral wings appear from behind Heaven's gun. As like this halo of fire begins to form around his head, and he just like takes off into the sky. I'll say probably like the full 30 feet. And you know, he's just like looking around like everywhere, trying to see who's moving. Defaults.
Let's see. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Get some there. You see footprints going this way.
Fucking follow them. Heaven's Gun looks over at the other ones, you know, everybody down below him, and goes,
I see something in the distance. The coward who dares to disrupt this meeting of peace with violence. It's on the run, but not for long. And he tries to follow the trail best he can.
Chayton asks to the people, do all of you mind postponing this for a second? Please try to stay calm. This was no coordinated attack from anyone inside. As he drops concentration on enhanced ability after hoping that he'd persuade people to wait for a second.
I'll say for this, because you successfully did that, they are people who are like, yeah, we're willing to hold off right now.
Alright, conjure animals.
Now,
We're
here's the
gonna
thing.
fly up again. Yes.
Friggin' with the shenaniganry, this is gonna be a skill challenge. Y'all need 3 successes to track down this man,
also, I don't know
whoever
if
they may be.
so I don't know if something's supposed to be playing with the audio, but I think the audio died on my end. No,
Same
the
for
game.
There is
me.
indeed no music, but
It
I
says
don't know
that
if
it's
intentional.
playing, but
Because I'm
Oh,
switching. I'm
Oh,
switching
okay.
over. I was
Okay.
waiting for the pause.
Chayton does sign to Taza. Stay here. Make sure no one harms another. We will be back.
Alrighty. So, with this, I'll need survival. I need survival.
From all of us.
Yeah. Survival, perception, or investigation.
okay, that's what I
This
fucking wanted, baby.
is survival of the fittest.
Yeah. I don't have bless. Hold on. Why is that on?
Yeah, I guess for me it's the same thing no matter what. So we'll see. What?
Let me see if I can give myself bonus in any way, shape, or form.
And place yourselves on the left side of the map.
Do you want to me to place all my tokens, or
Yeah.
In the left side? Okay, hold on.
I'll do so in a bit?
I am flying 30 feet in the air in case that matters.
I don't know if say it took an eagle. If they did, there are two holding you.
I will say no. I won't take them.
I got nothing for survival, which doesn't break my concentration.
Okay. In total, that is. Let's see. 26 plus 24. 18. Divided by 22. 22 is one success.
Damn.
You see. So with your collective tracking, you can find footprints leading behind some of the rocks.
I was gonna say, doesn't that just give you like a 20 movement speed or something like that? With the floating. If we do see indeed the tracks, we don't see like up ahead in the horizon what's leaving the tracks, do we?
No.
So something.
Wait, question.
Yeah.
For Warlock, do you have Devil Sight?
Like me? Yeah, there's two warlocks. Don't remember.
For Warlocks, do you have Devil Sight?
I don't believe I do. I think I
Wouldn't that-
exclusively. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like that'd be Witch Sight, right? Not Devil Sight.
Yeah,
'cause
that's
Devil
Witch-
Sight sees through.
Yes, which Sight? I get them confused sometimes with
Yeah.
their
Let me double
abilities.
check something though. Hold on, cause I have something. I may have something here.
I don't have what's it called? Like, I don't have Witch's Sight, but actually, does this upcast? No, it doesn't. Wait, that's lame. That sucks. But I'm gonna just fuck it, expend a Warlock slot to cast see invisibility on myself. If that does anything.
As you are looking around, you see an individual that is trying to hide, and with your passive perception, what was it again?
20.
Oh yeah, literally, you see this dude, like the outline of this dude who is invisible,
Okay.
and I'll put him on a token layer, but with a ninja stealth for invisibility.
Syed will kind of like, well, before saying that, is going to use Eldritch Blast on this guy. So that's, we're at level 10? No, that was 12. Oh, so we have 3 beams. So I'm gonna Eldritch Blast this guy. Oh, Jesus.
Miss,
Oh, Jesus.
miss,
Oh, Jesus.
miss.
Oh, well, that... Nah, actually, hold on. I can turn that into a Messite Recall. So that's gonna be 1. That's not 1. And I'm going to... with that final one, I'm going to say fuck it. I'm just gonna immediately expend that Messite Recall to try to reroll it. What's my thing? Jesus Christ! All right, well, like, get a Messite Recall back, because that's, I don't need to use a reaction for that. But you know, Syed is going to, like, you know, point towards that direction and kind of say,
An invisible foe, gentlemen. We may not be able to track him very diligently, but...
And they kind of, like, fire off, like, you know, like 3 blasts in that direction. Not hitting him, but, like, you know, just kind of still pointing out where the fuck this person is.
Do we roll initiative? What will happen?
Well, I
So
don't...
dude's been spotted.
Yeah, go ahead, Bard. Like I was gonna say, though, before that, like I don't believe we are in range to engage just yet. If I understood what Bard was going for here, like we see the guy in the distance trying to hide, but like we are not like quite close enough, are we?
That is correct.
Yeah.
My Eldritch Blast is 480 feet long, but, you know...
Jesus.
Which is why I allowed y'all to Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus. Well, never mind then.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, how far away are we?
You guys are 300 feet. Basically, dude was a sniper.
Okay.
Like even with the max roll, with max distance of the eagles, we wouldn't be like close enough to get within the turn. So I guess, however, if like he's being spotted at the far distance, what's it called? Heaven's Gun. Well, actually, I'll ask you, Bard. Like, what do we need to do to get to close that gap? I guess with this guy.
So, essentially, since you already succeeded in one of your skill challenges to catch up with Mans, and I'll consider see invisibility and blasting at him as two successes as well.
Okay.
So essentially, you pointed out where he is. Man is like, oh snap. Oh snap. I've been made, and they seem to know where I am. What do I do? What do I do? And alright, so with that, We are go. Because this dude is just a chump. He's not even up there. Well, he's kind of up there for a CR, but he's just one dude. You would see, well, Dag, since they BRB'd, yeah, he's invisible. Okay, so he's used 2 of these so far. Okay. You would hear out in the ether. You can't see. Only one of y'all could see him, as he is going to try and actively hide and reposition.
Oh, damn. Does Syed have to contest against that with a perception check, or?
Yeah, because they're actively trying to hide now. So, alright, I know you.
Well, Silent
So-
Jericho, yeah, Silent
Yeah,
Jericho's
I'm here. I'm
incredible.
here.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just trying to fix my fucking headphone because it fell the fuck apart.
Ugh.
Oof.
Yeah. It's one of the small earphones, so it's just like kind of tugged out.
Yeah. Well, just to, I'm not sure if you heard what was happeing, but old
I did
boy.
hear,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Ish.
17 does not. Hold on. Fuck it. Missile recall. I'm gonna try to like re-roll that. No, fuck. Y'all, not working.
Man.
Not working today.
Yeah, man, you used your good rolls with the negotiating. So Mans was like, I know you. Looks like I've been found out. It's in it's in no cause of y'all's that you lot get roped into something that's not involving you. I suggest we be amicable and go our separate ways.
Heaven's Gone. Do we hear like the general direction as to where like he's at? I assume this is happening while
Essentially,
we're
well-
on the move, right?
Yeah, y'all on the move, but you can tell it's coming from in front of you, but not sure where because of how good his stealth check was.
What's the call? It's gonna be kind of rough, but we're gonna see if this works. Based on if we would have been told by Syed like roughly where the guy was going before, like he got out of sight. Heaven's Gun is going to aim roughly that direction, and effectively just call out and say,
You shoot the man in the back, then escape with your tail between your legs, and you have the gall to say that we can be amicable? Ne'er-do-well, you have committed the mistake of performing your nefarious activities in front of Heaven's Gun, the righteous arms of the Coatls. And now, you and all of your evil conspirators shall be dealt with.
to smoke him out. Kevin's gun aims the pistol in the air while kind of flying and shoots just like a radium bullet in the air. Which then
comes back down in an explosive force. Roughly in the general direction. It doesn't even need to be like closer to where he is, I guess. A flame strike is just to destroy whatever piece of cover like this man may be hiding behind.
Oh my fucking
To
god!
smoke him
Orbital
out.
strike him.
Okay,
like
so
blast the landscape.
Dexterity save.
Like
Chayton. Oh yeah.
yeah, like I'm not even like aiming at him directly, just general direction where he was last seen. And like my aim with this is to just destroy whatever cover like he may be hiding behind to smoke him out.
Okay, so that's a fail.
Chayton would say to you like, we do need him alive. Or
And
questioning.
Do we?
Yes, we do. We need to know if there are more.
that's a pass for that. Whew. Now, it would appear we might have gotten off on the wrong foot there, gentlemen. But my intentions was not to harm any of you.
Why
I'm just
shoot the Revenant?
Well, I am not at liberty to say. Whenever we get within
Yeah, the stupid
120.
thing is I have something for 60 feet, but man.
I'll say now you're at 120 feet, and say you see, well, footprints. Well, actually, no, not anymore because of the scorched earth.
Yeah,
I mean,
bro. Again, a fucking
could we
Heaven's
do
Gun and Atlas would be
perception
best
check?
friends.
Yeah, I'm doing right now. It's perception checks versus his stealth.
Oh damn!
Okay.
Yeah, all the reactivate me just died on the stream. Give me a second. Let me
No.
fix it.
And
Could me and
There you
Heaven's
go.
Gun make survival anything, seeing that he's invisible? But
Well-
maybe he broke off some branches or. etc.
from this distance, whatever branches were left were scorched away. So, rip.
Well,
You see,
maybe
he's
I
hidden
hear
behind
him.
some other rocks. Nope. So yeah, so you see like a hat poking out from a rock behind the rocks.
Sayed is going to dig in through their coat, put some stuff into like their pipe, take a huge puff, and just like puff it out and take out like a one of those like handheld fans and just fan it right out. As I'm going to cast around 30-foot cube within 120 feet of me. Hypnotic pattern.
And well, if he fails, he is incapacitated.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Do you have anything against being charmed? You do not. So, wisdom save.
Yeah.
He's incapacitated, no longer invisible.
As he just gets really fucking high.
How does it get him out of invisibility?
Because
He's no longer concentrated.
Ah, yeah.
He's not
yeah.
concentrating on invisibility anymore.
Got it. Yep.
Syed will just kind of say,
As always, gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be at your service. Our target is now easily apprehended.
Then
Much
it is
appreciated.
time. Your assistance will be noted. This evildoer must be brought to justice. And it shall be us to deliver it. Can you hear us, evildoer? What say you to your actions?
He can't move.
Oh,
Twisting patterns. He can't
can
move.
he can still technically speak.
what is he?
He is incapacitated with Spear 0. He is charmed. Oh, he's charmed.
Yeah, he
it's-
can't take actions or reactions. Yeah.
It says he's in a stupor.
Yeah.
The purpose of the spell is like, pretty colors.
Inhaled MDMA.
I will. Let me see. When we get close enough time up.
Alright, you tie him up. Simple as that.
How healthy does he seem?
He took a little bit out of him. Took away 29 hit points.
Oh, hold on. Is my mic working?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Sorry, my computer is like lagging all over the place. I don't know. Voice mod is not cooperating with me at the moment. Oh, my mic keeps disconnecting for some reason. I don't know if it's affecting the quality of the audio. But what I was gonna say, it was that I was rereading like a little bit of that of one of my features. Technically, the Flame Strike would have added an extra oomph to it, extra bit of my charisma, which would have made the difference. Actually, I think on a particular role.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But I guess it doesn't matter right now because we got him out of invisibility anyway. But I guess for the purposes, for more mechanical purposes, like he is looking just a little bit more damaged than originally anticipated. What's it called? And if we do eventually manage to close the gap to this person and we restrain them, Heaven's Gun just effectively just has like the gun facing like completely to this man's temple, and he will turn over to look at the the squad and effectively just just ask them. I'm not gonna bother turning on the voice mic because thing is lying on me, but he's just going to ask them, is there a way that we can make this man wake up sooner? He must answer for his crimes.
Oh yeah, sure. I should have rolled for attack, but it's a
Let's see.
cantrip. I can do it as many times as need be, but it's just 7 damage, and can benefit from invisibility until the end of the next turn.
Well, he ran out of scrolls of he ran out of scrolls of greater invis. So
I know,
What's
but
it called?
I had it.
As soon as they sort of like snap out, I'm going to use one of my 4 per day charm persons on this guy.
Hey.
Now I need to ask you, Bart.
okay.
does it count? Do we count as fighting him? Because we're technically like not fighting him.
Well, he was charmed by you. The charm ended. He was He's running away from you by the
Not
purpose
anymore.
of the. Well.
Technically, the fight's over.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
by technicality,
fight's
we're
over.
not fighting him.
You're not fighting him technically. However, by the wording of the spell, I would say he is not friendly to you, so he would have advantage right now.
Yeah, that's fine. I've got a bunch of these.
Okay, so for
At
this
least
sake,
4.
this 15 he
Doesn't
fails.
fucking matter. Syed just kind of like, you snap him out of it, and Syed just kind of like takes another puff of like a pink smoke that they just like blow into this guy's face, and kind of like, bows and just says,
Now, gentlemen, you will be helping us get to the bottom of certain things, will you?
Well, that depends. Of course, there. How can I be of assistance, my friend?
We'll just be asking you a few questions. As you said, no need for anyone to get hurt.
Naturally. Glad we can all be amicable about this. The ropes are a little bit chafing. Could you loosen them just a tad?
Syed will just kind of like, like bow, and so just kind of like turn to you and just says, like turn to the rest of the party and just says like,
He is all yours, gentlemen.
Aim's gun.
Oh, whoa there, partner. I thought we were supposed to be amicable. Go here.
You are in no position to negotiate. The only thing of worth you can offer in this particular exchange is the names and identities of your co-conspirators. Who has put you up to this?
Well, friend, unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to say, given occupations and all.
Perhaps this will convince you.
I still have my flying speed, by the way. I'm going to grab him. I'm beginning to raise him up, like high into the sky.
Well,
you're gonna fucking Omni-Man him?
Well, Batman
he's
him,
technically-
basically. But
well, he's friendly towards y'all for an hour. Friggin' currently.
See, the funny thing is, it's until we damage him. If we don't damage him, he's still somehow friendly.
See. Now,
Enchantment spells, man.
and I like how I'm playing him like friggin' Buster Scruggs at this point. Like, now, I will say that having me here in this position is quite the predicament, and I do not take kindly to that. That we're all supposed to be friends. We're all friends here. No need for such.
Friends? Of course. I am merely showing you the sights. However, I must warn you. My celestial revelation does not last for long. My flight is limited, and my arm is getting tired. I suggest that this conversation is wrapped up before that time frame runs out.
Oh, that is a bit of a That is a bit of a quandary right there, my friend. A quandary indeed. And could you kindly bring us a little bit closer to the ground, as to not harm a personage?
You must wait a moment. At this time of the night, when the sun is about to set, that is where the sunset is at its peak.
and he goes a little bit higher.
I can see that we're in a bit of a quan a bit of a precarious this situation, and now as we are friends, we don't need to resort to anything like this. Like you said, we don't. Both of us don't need to. We don't need to go splat. And well, your arm's getting a little tired. Maybe we can perhaps go back towards the ground.
No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of falling myself. I have a way of keeping myself held even long after this celestial effect is gone. However, the part about my arm being tired is true. You know what would make this site even better? Names.
At this point, towards the bot end of my Celestial Revelation, I'm going to cast Tasha's Otherworldly Guise on myself to get even more flight speed, and we can go even higher.
Well, I don't.
I'm
I
using
don't
upper
think-
planes, obviously, for this, and just going even higher.
I don't think we need to go any higher. The ground seems to be a bit further. Names. What is the name? What's in a name and all? President, could I be let down to the ground gently, please, as our compadre here his arms getting a bit tired, and I do not want to be a stain on the painted desert.
Heaven's Gun looks over and looks down at the two teammates. Do they have anything to say? Yes.
What's it called? Like,
Perhaps it would be in your best interest.
y'all, I started talking like Atlas. Hold on.
That was
The Heaven's Gun energy infected you.
It did.
Perhaps, gentlemen, it might be a good idea to give us the information that we need. After all, it's not like friends are bad at keeping secrets. Even if you tell us, it's not like it would ever get out.
Give me a persuasion check. This is a straight roll because he is frightened.
Mm-hmm. Persuasion.
Would I be able to say
Did it
something
work?
to add to that?
No, because you are already giving him the Swords of the Spears right next to him.
That's an 18. That's a,
Well,
damn.
I think that it is in that's all well and good, but can we first be placed down somewhere safe as to not go splat?
I estimate the effects of my spell will disappear in 10, 9.
Okay, I'll talk.
And like while he's counting down, he is like going lower and lower and lower, until like he's roughly like 5 feet up in the air. And
you see
he's
the guy's closed his eyes, and he's not sure if he's super high up or not.
When he's like 5 feet in the air,
he stays there until like the last 2 seconds of the countdown. And let's go of him ahead of time before he like falls properly to the ground. Like not not a high enough distance he would reasonably like take damage from it. But you know, enough to just give him like the scare of like, you know, being dropped and hitting the ground.
Am I dead?
You are not.
He's still got his eyes closed.
However, you did almost kill a man. And for that, some would argue that blood must be answered in blood. However, as luck will have it, we just got out of a peace negotiation where we argued exactly against that.
Well, unfortunately, it was my job to do such. I was supposed to disrupt. I was supposed to disrupt such in the manner to make sure both sides would be at each other's throats.
You speak very much of work, sir, but we're no longer at work, really. We're amongst friends. Now, would a friend really go back on his word to talk? Is that going to be a point of contention between us? I would hate for anything to ruin our friendship.
Well, my friend, and kind of dusting himself off a little bit from what he can do with his arms and being bound. Well, contentious given my employers.
Oh, sorry, could you say that
Oh
again?
yeah, what do I say?
It's a bit contentious given the nature of my employers.
Allow me to put it this way. Whoever called upon you to disrupt this peace negotiation had no trouble in making a potential enemy out of both the natives and the army of Alvona. Do you truly think that they cared about what would happen to you? These people clearly have no allegiance towards you or love for you. Otherwise, they would have given you better gear to disrupt said negotiations. Is that truly the people you want to defend? That, to me, does not sound like how someone would treat a friend.
Give me either a persuasion check or intimidation with advantage. Now, the persuasion check is a straight roll. Intimidation is advantage because he is frightened by you.
Evil often should be.
Well, I was hired out by Beaumont Kerosene and Tar to do a bit of to end up disrupting the peace negotiations, and I was hired to take a shot at one of the savages, but I ended up missing my mark and hitting the priest.
We don't use that word around here. You shouldn't use that word around here.
Holy shit, bro.
As for the name that you've given, Who is this person, truly?
And was he present here somehow? My patron revealed that he was at the very least in the vicinity. I have my men standing guard at the perimeter. Is he nearby?
Well, he's back in town. Well, he was leaving town, and well, of course, one of his oil fields is not too far. So he's probably heading back there or conducting some other business
Before
elsewhere.
before we follow that up, does Chayton have anything to ask?
Well, you guys are covering it pretty good. So, Chayton doesn't have anything specifically to ask. He's more watching. I do have a plan after we have talked to him.
Also, could you write down the name, Bard, real quick of the that he gave us? I know it's Beaumont. One of them is one of them, or one of the parts of the name.
Let me see. Did I? I know I wrote it down. So in here. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Oh, oh, there we go. Lucas Beaumont. Okay. I don't know if that name means anything to us, I guess.
Dude, the history check, because that name does sound a little bit familiar.
A normal history check? Or...
Yeah.
Damn.
With an 11, you remember way back when you were riding with Dorothea and you took in Wallace McKnight into custody. He had mentioned a man by that name as one of the conspirators for land grabs, being a very wealthy oil magnate.
Okay.
What do you do with that information?
Yeah. Chayton would ask the guy, do you know anything else from him?
Other than
you're coming in a little bit muffled, Bard.
Other than him leaving my payment at the bank, not much else.
Was he alone?
He always has his bodyguards with him.
And did you work alone?
Well, technically, yes.
Listen, man, we don't want you to get shot at the moment. We're looking out for you here.
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
So, tell us, did you work alone, or were there more?
I had a couple. There were a couple of guys who were my spotters. We took some army uniforms and a couple of air rifles. They took some army uniforms and made it look like we were made it look like they were a couple of guards just to give me a signal when to take the shot. They knowing the plan, they ran off different direction. They would have ran off a little after me if someone was to chase me.
What were the names?
Smitty McCall and Marcus Jones.
What, could you type that?
Alright. And knowing them, they probably, after everything died down, they probably hightailed it out of there.
Anything you two need to ask?
When's it gone? Saya just kind of like, shakes his head and says,
I suppose there is nothing else that this gentleman that we require of this gentleman. Let us deal with him however we wish. The poison should wear off in around an hour.
I had an idea
Poison?
about that one. Medicine, he meant. Some people say drugs.
yeah, the fine line between them.
Chayton said, if you return ahead of us, saying that we lost the trail, but me and Mr. Heaven's Gun lost our flight, so we take a bit longer to walk back. And you confront the party at question again about these names. Then, after we either have them move forward if they're still there, we can then walk in with with this person and explain everything. How does that sound?
Sounds awful lot like foiling my employer's plans. Well, should I say former employer, given that might not be liable for me to return unless I'm going to collect my money at the bank.
Listen, afterwards you can collect your money and be on your way, right?
I suppose.
So what you two saying of that?
What's it called? Sayed just kind of like, shrugs and says like,
I suppose if that is what we decide to do, I have no qualms with it. I believe that I have helped sufficiently, though I do wonder if our gun-toting justice seeker is satisfied with merely letting this would-be assassin go.
Listen, Chayton stands with his back to the guy and signs to the two of them like, we're just gonna bring him in. He's not walking free. It's just his cooperation is useful.
Sayed just kind of like shrugs, and I think we'll like basically put, we'll put 2 vials of like an injector into Chaytun's hands, with the labels on them that just says truth serum, and just nods and shrugs.
Does that work for you, Heaven's Gun?
Sorry, my voice mod just like crashed completely on me.
Oof.
What's it called? So for the rest of the session, we're just not gonna bother with the voice filter. Heaven's Gone will just look over at you guys, stare intently. You feel, like that the sheer idea of letting this guy go is like it's horrible.
I mean, we're turning him in.
Oh, okay.
It's Chaytun signed to you afterwards, like, hey, we're turning him in. We just need his cooperation to show to the people that no one else was involved.
Heaven's Gun will nod and he will just go. This is acceptable for now. Justice must be served one way or another.
Okay.
And it will.
So, with that, meanwhile, I'll just take you two off the map. So, you would see that the berserkers have set up a perimeter, taking orders from the general. Kind of just standing there as a show of force alongside the other soldiers.
Has there been any movement or stuff since we left? I mean, a guy did just got shot.
Oh yeah, there are a lot more soldiers.
I guess
Currently
Heaven's
conducting an investigation.
Heaven's Gone will let the party take charge here, because if he starts talking, it's gonna probably be bad.
The plan at the moment is to let Sayed walk in, see if the people are still there, and to get them to walk forward, and then us walking in with the captured assailant, and then telling everything that happened.
Mm,
I'll take it away then.
alrighty.
Is
So-
Jericho here?
Sorry, I'm very sorry. What the fuck happened? Like, my internet
Oh, damn.
Internet
got
crash.
goofed. Yeah.
No
So, oh Jesus Christ, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
but
there's
Yeah.
investigation.
Marijn was saying, like, we let Syed, like, walk back into camp first, ahead of us, and, do this deal to find the people, and then we fucking
Yeah.
buzz them up.
Yeah.
See if you can
Okay.
smoke them out like you did before. And
Yeah.
then we coming in with the assailant afterward, being like, hey, this is what happened.
Okay. So, in that case, yeah, since like people have basically formed perimeter at this point, you know, I'm gonna basically pop another fucking sedative gas because I've got a bunch of these, and basically just like as I'm walking through, right, I'm just like getting just walking casually, getting everyone in this fucking cloud as best as possible to try to like, I guess like passively defuse the situation.
Okay.
And
Like it's currently like orderly,
mhm.
so I'll say for the purposes of this, most of the folks are already under the effects of what's it called? Calm emotions. However, I will roll in the background for a couple of people who were heightened out, who have joined in.
So Syed will kind of like say to
Chief Hota, Major General Stanton, gentlemen, I believe we have ascertained the operations of an agitator. Not from neither side, in fact, from a supposed underground criminal organization interested in stealing land. This was a third party. And as my questioning to a patron has revealed, everyone here seems to have more pure intentions, even if some of you disagree with the terms of peace.
So apparently there's a third party amongst us.
A third party that attempted to take the life of one of the tribe, missing and instead hitting the Reverend as collateral. There is clearly someone who stands to benefit from the two of your fighting. Even if your conflict does still remain unresolved to a certain point, I believe it may be in the best interest of both parties to not let this third party get what they want and have these peace treaty talks break down.
Friggin' Atoe speaks up and basically chastising you, like, what's to say? What's to say if they didn't? If the general here has hired this assassin to kill the Chief Ota, my father, or Priestess Anabe, Ray, and blame it.
If you would wish, Major General Stanton, I have a method that will fully absolve you of any wrongdoing, if you are willing to trust in the strength of my tinctures.
I'll allow it.
He'll
Bit
actually
unorthodox.
he'll hand him a vial of the truth serum and just tell him to drink it, basically, and then say firmly that he and his men were not responsible for colluding with these people.
Alright, he drinks this. Is there a save?
There technically is a save, yeah. A DC 11 Constitution saving throw.
Say he chooses to fail.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
Yeah.
does he have
Yeah,
to
I was
actually-
just asking.
Yeah.
So basically, it just takes him a bit for it to settle in. Bit bitter. It's supposed to have that irony aftertaste.
That is precisely what it tastes like when the truth serum has been properly ingested. Now, please state what I have told you to boldly state, that you and your men were not responsible for colluding with these aggravators. In those exact words, please.
My men and I have not been colluded with any agitators to assassinate any of you here.
And, gentlemen, Atoy, would I be able to trouble you for, as a sign of good faith, to take the similar oath?
Give me a persuasion check.
Yep.
So yeah,
Damn it.
we're
That's
coming
a
up on
fucking...
we're coming up on the time. Just a heads up, y'all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll say he'll begrudgingly take it. So what? We're supposed to say we're not. We weren't conspiring to kill the general and his men.
Precisely. Or to stage any thing against your lives that would justify retaliation.
I wouldn't. My people and I would stoop low to do such an act.
And there you go, gentlemen. The Society of the Pale Shadows tinctures are, while still experimental in their effects once they work, absolute. There was no ill will from either party, at the very least, when it came to the excess agitation. Now, the full blame of either party in previous acts perhaps can still be debated, and I hope that you all, gentlemen, will consider me amongst my peers to call upon if you require another mediation.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, but there's still the matter of the would-be assassin.
Syed will pull out like I guess like a piece of paper that has like Lucas Beaumont on the paper, as well as like basically all the information that we have on them.
Yeah, so also that Smitty McCall and Marcus Jones have been undercover here.
Yeah. What's it called? Obviously the berserkers are still like maintaining perimeter, but I guess I'm gonna make two of them seek, like in the background, seek out those two like individuals based on description and name.
Alrighty.
So
And also-
dramatic timing, the berserkers will like bring them out.
Yeah, dramatic
Hands behind
timing.
their back.
Well,
No,
dramatic timing. Blah, blah, blah.
not mechanically, but like thematically speaking. The 6 Black Heaven's guns are going to appear above Heaven's gun. Aiming at these guys, at the would-be assassins. As they're being brought in by the berserkers.
So yeah. Blamf. Blamf. I'll take these two, the guards who did usher you guys in at the start. I took them off because haha.
Those were them, huh?
Mm-hmm. As they are now revealed.
With
And-
that, would sign Evans gun and Chayton in with their prisoners.
Yeah. And as perfect timing, all three would-be conspirators of this assassination attempt have been brought forth to justice. Although the mediation was interrupted, the path to peace has made strides forward as the general and his men taking these criminals to custody. You are all each of you are rewarded 100 gold.
Ooh, gold. Money.
Do I also get? Do I now get a new feather?
Oh boy. I guess as a final note,
after bringing forth the conspirators, delivering them to authorities, Heaven's Gun is just gonna generally address like the leaders, of the military and the tribes, and say something along the lines of, "In truth, evil lies in the heart of many, even amongst our own kind. But let us not forget to always strive to be good. It's not that hard to not be an absolute menace to your fellow neighbor. If only more people can understand that, perhaps these negotiations would not be needed in the first place.
Bro's
Until
fucking
then."
speaking facts.
Wait, what do you say?
I was just saying, bro, speaking of facts, just don't be an asshole.
Perhaps in the future, we will not need to resort to these types of events. Until then, however, I hope that the light of the Coatls can guide you all into a better tomorrow, as they have led me. For now, however, I must depart. Somewhere, a crime is happening.
I should
that
fully hunt down Lucas Vermont.
You bet. That's where Heaven's
you
Gun's
will.
heading at the moment.
Yeah, you will. Cause I won't just leave the plot thread hanging like that. But yeah, it was that. Another chapter of the story is closed, and the day has been won. But what we find, but as peace has been achieved, there's in other places war is on the brink. But that is a story for another time. Tune in next time. Another exciting adventure in Alvona, lands of opportunities. Till next time, travelers.
Hell yeah. Before we wrap things up, for those who may still be watching the stream, thank you guys for watching along. Every like, every view helps the channel grow and makes us feel better about ourselves. That's the secondary point, though. What's it called? I guess I'll ask you specifically, Jericho. Do we want to drop an announcement of what may be coming in the future?
Oh, yeah. So, everyone, still watching, so, there's been, a big break in me running games, but I'm going to be running a few 3-part mini campaigns based on, just a whole bunch of different ideas that I've had in the back burner. I'm going to be doing these to get back into the swing of DMing, and we decided, yeah, screw it, let's show these online, let's stream them to the people. The first one will be based on the world and anime of Overlord. Not entirely one-to-one with the anime, but very much inspired by it. And there will be a few more 3-part minis, including one homebrew campaign very near and dear to my heart, based on the Japanese Sengoku and Edo periods, that we will be showing off right after that. And eventually, perhaps, an eternal weight will be lifted, and we'll return to everyone's favorite murder death kill.
The
Mhm.
eternal return of the eternal wait, if you would. I'm pretty sure Turtle is a game. But hey, yeah, Fate might come back to the channel, after all of this, these mini short campaigns.
Well, no, don't scare them away. It will return.
It will return.
Yeah, don't scare them away. Some people are here only for that.
Fate will return in a Marvel style, like text on screen. What's it called? But yeah, I guess with that.
Eternal Return to the Guilty Gear crossover.
Oh shit! I was not even
lol.
aware of that. What's it called? But yeah, I guess with that, we'll be signing off for the time being. Once again, thank you all for watching, and shout outs to our gracious DM, the Artful Bard. I'm pretty sure I linked his social somewhere there in the description. And shout outs to my fellow players here for being awesome. And, well, we'll see you guys next time, the next session of Alvona, the Land of Opportunity. Goodbye,
Take
everybody.
care. Till next time.
See you later.
See ya.
See you later.